Come on. Across the sky. Okay. I gotta go to my university. Mommy's not answering. Mommy's not answering. Mommy's not answering for us. Mommy's not answering. I guess. Wow. Word. One, zebra, six, and one, dog first. Two, dogfish, one, little bitch, one, dogfish. Alright. Chicken. Dog food. ready. You know, if you want your mommy. Okay. Two. One. Good. What? It's going. Eat house. Packages. Package. Close. Relax. Ready. Hook. Side. Choo planet. Hello, Janet. Hey, Choo Choo. Wow. We're still sailing out. Oh, this thing is awesome. This thing is comfortable too, huh? You're feeling comfortable. Hey, comfortable. Choo-choo head. Inside again, we'll see you in the next life. See you in the next life. Okay. All right. Thank you. Choo-choo. Why does she stop? Why is she yelling? What's wrong? Why is she yelling now? Am I tripping? I swear to God, I heard her yelling. Where are you, Choo-choo? And choo-choo, I will remind you. Oh, yo, you from too? You from my street?
I'm being reimbursed for all the items. What? I didn't ask for all the items to be reimbursed, and they did it anyways. Even the items that I received. What? No. They're gonna reimburse me. I don't know what's going on. They're going to reimburse me. That is what I'm gonna have. Like, I'm ready for it. Got in your motor. This shit like Scott in the motor. To the motor. You do that? You do that? Both of us, huh? Why not me like that? Oh, you do that too, yeah. No, she was better. Now you're really cool. You know. I don't think you can go away. Hang on, let's go to mom. Look at apple. Isn't that mom and sister? Don't be mad at your mom. That's a better toaster. You know where honey bunchkin looks like a monkey. What's happening now? Oh, I had lunch in my sick. I'm going to put the money back. I'm going to put the money back. You can't understand. Yeah, you're going to put the money back. Yeah, you are only tell you, that's what you doing. You get that wrong. You don't play. Turn away from you, Casey. Yeah, I'm playing with more, it's not going to make me want to play with you. It's going to my with you. I ain't going to be sad over here so much. I'm going to be sad, Dad, where's my mommy? It's like, you crawling up with it. No, I'm not going to say I'm crawling up. Push it out of there. Sad, a crow ball. Hey. too. The windows open before. Yes. Just that last two more on there. Just that last one on there. Yes. Too far. Too far. And you are too far. Ah. 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 Huh. What's that? Comes first. Okay, no. It's gonna be a rainbow. Pull it out here. I don't know what happened to your mom, no? Sky of trouble, rainbow across the sky. Double rainbow. Double rainbow. Not working too well. That's not working too well. This is really nice. Two things you must do. Jump. That's what it means. Jump. Very much in love with her. I don't know. What happened to her? She was very much in love. What the hell is going on? Is she okay? I do not know. Does she really is your mind? Hey, there you are. Yeah.
Stuck. Get it? What you say? Yeah, I can die.
There is There is a rule in mathematics that is so simple you would think it obviously must be true. But if you accept it, you find there are now some line segments that have no length. A sphere, without adding anything to it, can be turned into two identical spheres. 100 plus years of mathematics has been built on this axiom. It seems intuitive and it works, but it also creates ridiculous paradoxes. So, is it right? There is a rule in mathematics that is so simple you would think it obviously must be true. But if you accept it, you find there are now some line segments that have no length. A sphere, without adding anything to it, can be turned into two identical spheres. 100 plus years of mathematics has been built on this axiom. It seems intuitive and it works, but it also creates ridiculous paradoxes. So, is it right? Well, it all starts with the issue of choice. Try this. Choose a number. I can just pluck a random number from my head, like 37 or 42, but that is the human brain at work, not a mathematical process. In math, you can't truly pick things at random because formulas always give the same result, which is why computers don't have true random number generators. Instead, they usually run an algorithm on your current local time to generate numbers that appear random. So if we pick randomly, how do we select anything in math? Well, the only way is to follow a rule of some sort. So a rule could be, always choose the smallest thing. For example, if we're looking at whole positive integers, the smallest is 1. For prime numbers, it would be 2. Easy. But what about the real numbers? That's any number, positive, negative, whole, fraction, even irrational, like pi or the square root of 2. Now try to choose the smallest one. It's impossible. The real numbers stretch off to negative infinity. Even if we try to fix our rule by making it super specific, like choose the smallest number after 1, we still get stuck. There's 1.01, then 1.0001, then 1.00000001, and so on. So really, what number comes after 1? If we can't begin to specify the order of the real numbers next to the previous, first, and last, we're stuck. The ridiculous part is we know we have infinite options, but despite that, we can't figure out how to just pick one. The mission to resolve this began with one man in 1870. He took on the task of putting the real numbers in a definitive order, even if it killed him. And it nearly did. Georg Cantor was a talented German mathematician who found himself at the center of a firestorm after publishing one of his very first papers at the age of 29. For centuries, our understanding of infinity was heavily influenced by Galileo's 1638 book. It raised a key question. Are there more natural numbers, or are there more square numbers? Just looking at them, the square numbers are more spaced out, and they only become more sparse the higher you go. So it would appear there are fewer squares than natural numbers. But Galileo realized he could draw a line matching every natural number with its own square. And since he could make this one-to-one mapping, that he knew that the two sets must be exactly the same size. So there are actually just as many square numbers as there are natural numbers. From this counterintuitive result, Galileo concluded that terms like more than or less than don't apply to infinity, how we normally use them. It's all just one big concept of foreverness. And this view prevailed for centuries. In fact, it's how many people still understand infinity today. But 200 years on, Cantor wasn't satisfied. In 1874, he wondered, what if there were two infinite sets out there that didn't map perfectly to each other? Would they be different infinities? So he set out to compare the natural numbers and the real numbers between 0 and 1. Cantor started by assuming he could perfectly map these sets to each other one-to-one. So he imagined writing down an infinite list, with a natural number on one side and a real number between 0 and 1 on the other. Since there is no smallest real number, he would just write them down in any order. Assuming he now has a complete infinite list, Cantor writes down another real number. To do it, he takes the first digit of the first number and adds 1. Then the second digit of the second number, and again, he adds 1. He keeps doing this all the way down the list. If the digit is an 8 or a 9, he subtracts 1 instead of adding to avoid duplicates. And by the end of this process, he has written down a real number between 0 and 1. But that number doesn't appear anywhere in his list. It's different from the first number in the first decimal place, different from the second number in the second decimal place, and so on down the line. It has to be different from every number on the list by at least one digit, the digit on the diagonal. That's why this is called Cantor's diagonalization proof. And it shows there must be more real numbers between 0 and 1 than there are natural numbers extending out to infinity. Cantor had revealed something remarkable. Infinity doesn't come in just one size. Some infinities, like the set of square numbers, integers, or rational numbers, can be paired perfectly with the natural numbers. You can literally count them, 1, 2, 3, and so on. So Cantor called these countable infinities. But then there are bigger infinities. Cantor called them uncountable. These infinities, like the set of all real numbers, the complex numbers, they can't be matched one-to-one with the natural numbers. Cantor's results shocked the mathematical community. After all, how can something that continues forever be bigger than something else that continues forever? His work was labeled a horror and a grave disease. But Cantor wasn't discouraged. His success only spurred him to pursue his even grander goal, to show that even uncountably infinite sets can be placed in a definitive form, what Cantor called a well order. For a set to be well ordered, he required two conditions. First, the set must have a clear starting point. And second, every subset, collection of items from that set, must also have a clear starting point. So, for example, the natural numbers are well ordered. There's a starting point, 1, and any subset, say 6, 7, 8, also has a clear starting point, in this case 6. You always know which number comes before and which comes next. But what about the integers? Integers stretch off to infinity in both positive and negative directions. Cantor realized he could just pick 0 as the starting point. And from there, his ordering went 1, negative 1, 2, negative 2, ranking the integers by their absolute value, their distance from 0. It doesn't matter if you put the positives first or the negatives first, as long as you're consistent. Ordering them this way is actually what allows us to map integers to the natural numbers and see that both sets are the same size. But there are other ways we can well order the integers. We can start with 0, then have 1, 2, 3 all the way to positive infinity, and then negative 1, negative 2, negative 3 all the way to negative infinity. This is not how we're used to counting, but both of these options fit the definition of a well ordering. There's a clear starting point, 0, and all their subsets also have a definitive starting point. Cantor had successfully well-ordered a set that was infinite in both directions, but it was only countably infinite. In his next book, he published his well-ordering theorem. It claimed that every set, even the uncountably infinite ones like the real numbers, could be well-ordered. The problem was, he hadn't actually proven this, because every method he tried had failed. But there was one big reason that Cantor was so confident in his theorem. Cantor was a devout Lutheran, and he believed God was speaking through him. He said, "My theory stands as firm as a rock. Every arrow directed against it will return quickly to its archer." How do I know this? Because I have studied it from all sides for many years, and above all, because I have followed its roots, so to speak, to the first infallible cause of all created things. Belief notwithstanding, the well-ordering theorem was a lofty claim to make without any mathematical proof. And so, for the second time, the mathematical community attacked and ostracized Cantor. Leading the charge was Leopold Kronecker, the head of mathematics at the University of
You deserve a whole bouquet. You deserve a whole bouquet.
Labeling him a scientific charlatan and a corrupt.
Where did you get my clothes?
And Kronecker used to be Cantor's teacher. Cantor dreamed of training him at the University of Berlin, but all his applications were mysteriously denied. So Cantor took the rejection personally. In 1884, he wrote 52 letters to a friend, and every one of them bemoaned Kronecker. Soon, Cantor suffered what would be the first of many nervous breakdowns. He was confined to a sanatorium for recovery. The only way he could prove everyone wrong was by well-ordering the real numbers. But he couldn't find a starting point. Once Cantor was released from the sanatorium, he stepped away from math a broken man. Over the next 15 years, he taught philosophy, and he rarely dabbled in his old pursuits. Perhaps his greatest challenge came at the 1904 International Congress of Mathematicians. There, Julius Koenig, a respected professor from Budapest, announced he had proof that Cantor's well-ordering theorem was wrong. In the audience was not only Cantor, but also his wife, 2 of his daughters, and his colleagues. He felt utterly humiliated. But there was also another in attendance, Ernst Zermelo. Zermelo was a German mathematician who had recently developed a keen interest in Cantor's work. And as he listened to Koenig's presentation, something felt off. Within 24 hours, Zermelo had pinpointed the problem. Koenig's proof contained a damning contradiction. And within a month, Zermelo published a 3-page article titled Proof That
Haha! What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do? Mathematicians are smart asses. What do you name it? What do you fucking name it? This is bullshit. I don't know the name it. Ah! What is this like? Almost like funny is like the hypothetical. Part of that. It's getting reimbursed.
Every set can be well ordered. It was flawless. Zermelo's breakthrough came when he discovered something profound in Cantor's work. A mechanism which Cantor uses unconsciously and instinctively everywhere formulates explicitly nowhere. See, all along, Cantor had been assuming that he could make an infinite number of choices at once from any set, including uncountably infinite sets like the counts. But this was just an assumption. Nowhere in the mathematical rulebook was this explicitly permitted. Math is built on rules, specifically axioms. Axioms are simple statements we accept as true without proof. Zermelo realized that his assumption needed to be formalized into something that holds up in a system of proof. A new axiom that said making all of those choices was possible. We needed the axiom of choice.
After the choice can be said in the sense that if you implement that, and each set is true, there is a way to choose one out.
For finite sets, this seems obvious. Just go set by set and pick something. Even for infinite sets, it's easy if there's a clear rule, like always choose the smallest thing. But sometimes there is no natural rule. In those cases, when you're choosing from infinitely many sets, including the uncountable ones, you need the axiom of choice. We can't say how we're choosing, but the axiom makes all of these choices all at once. The axiom doesn't allow you to say which element you've chosen, only that infinitely many choices are possible. So how does this new axiom enable us to well order the real numbers? Zermelo uses the axiom of choice to choose a number from the set of all real numbers. He places this number, let's call it x1, into a new set, R. The axiom then allows him to choose another number from the subset of all reals minus the one taken out. He calls this number x2 and places it as the next number in his set. And he keeps doing this, taking the chosen number and placing it next, x3, x4, x5. Now, it feels like he's choosing these numbers one at a time, but in reality, the choices are made from all possible subsets at the same time. As Zermelo indexes each number with the natural numbers, at first it might seem like he's running into a problem, because the natural numbers are only countably infinite, whereas there are way more reals, so he should eventually run out of labels. But we can count beyond infinity. We did it earlier when we counted past positive infinity to get to -1, -2, and so on. So we just need a new set of numbers that extends past the naturals. Call the next number omega, then omega plus 1, omega plus 2, and so on. These omega numbers are not bigger than infinity, they just come after infinity. They don't tell us how many things are there, but they do tell us their order. So the next number we pull out, we'll label it x omega, then x omega plus 1, x omega plus 2, and so on. This will continue until we match the size of the real numbers and our original set is empty. Now, every real number is in our new set. There is a first number, x1, and every subset also has a first number. Just like that, we've successfully well-ordered the real numbers. This order looks nothing like our familiar ordering. A billion could come before 0.2. But with this process, we can prove that a well ordering exists. And more than that, we now have a way to resolve our issue of how to choose mathematically. We can't pick a smallest real number, but now we can pick a first real number, our starting point. And we can do this for any set, meaning all sets can be well ordered, no matter the infinity. So Cantor's well ordering theorem and Zermelo's axiom of choice are equivalent. Cantor was so relieved. Zermelo had proved the well ordering theorem and well ordered the real numbers all in under a month. Zermelo took something mathematicians had unknowingly relied on for decades and turned it into a formal axiom. He showed that understanding math isn't just about numbers, it's about the logic behind them. And lately, I've been trying to do a similar thing, but with AI, where I'm trying to understand the logic behind how models like ChatGPT work. And if you also wanted to learn how generative AI actually works, well, then you can do that with today's sponsor, Brilliant. Brilliant has just launched a great course that breaks all of this down with interactive visuals, which is exactly what I love about Brilliant. The course builds your intuition for the math and logic behind AI, exploring how models are trained to spot patterns, generate images, and even whip up a song.
Strongest striding through the sun.
Brilliant has thousands of interactive lessons in math, science, programming, technology, and
Spoilers. Somebody asked me over a spoiler.
decks, like the super cyber decks, because of the incredible setup of that. All I know is that this Planeswalker is incredibly powerful, and I would be shocked if this is going to be one of the more powerful Planeswalkers in the format. And like I said, it already goes into a wide variety of decks. It's going to do a great job making those existing decks a lot more powerful. Next, we're going to take a look at Dursa Light Shatter. This is a 3-mana HP legendary creature base. When Dursa Light Shatter enters, discard a bunch of cards and draw that many cards. Then when Dursa Light Shatter attacks, there are several more cards in the graveyard to exile a card random from your graveyard and you play that card this turn. Dursa Light Shatter is kind of just like a better to Unravel Rising Tide. This card is going to slot perfectly into the Jeskai optional stack. It's going to be played into any logic into endurance deck with plays red and this artifact. Over Cross memory that gets played often in the Jeskai option stacks as well. And like the last one, the stacks is just, it's just very powerful to be able to just exile a card at random and play it this turn, and being able to replay your spells is going to be huge. And yeah, it definitely seems like a much better card thanks to Red Rising Tide, and it's going to be played for sure in these optionals and modern decks. Next is a card that I think is incredibly underrated by people, and I want to see if people talk about this game, but I think the card is huge. That is Voice to Cutter. This is a 2-mana artifact treatment. Good creature gets Focus 1 as temple base, and then with the scoring mechanic, whenever you cast your second spell each turn, you create a 1/1 white snake. You open the prowess, you may attach a squirtle to it, and it's going to kick off with 2. So this card, in my opinion, is huge. It seems to be the ultimate token engine. It's not a story requirement, which I think is pretty easily done, especially if you build it with slotting decks that can do that. I can see this card into Jeskai concept decks. I see it more of open control decks. I can see it in aggressive red decks. If there's going to be a sword deck that gets built, this card goes with slot there too. It's just basically the ultimate token generator. Yeah, the fact that it automatically equips it with one of those launch tokens as well. In my opinion, is huge. So I have a lot of faith in Voice to Cutter. I cannot wait to see what it's going to do in the format. Next, we have a big human. This is a Rockers Rakshasa, a 2-mana 5/5. Trample and decay. This creature cannot block before the attack is sacrificed to heal for that. There's other remove abilities, so exile this card from the graveyard and put it take down a creature. Next card features activate only as a sorcery. Now, as a human, I think that this card is going to slot in easy with any Unholy Annex decks, especially those Unholy Annex decks usually will mid-range kind of decks. This seems like the ultimate mid-range card, especially with the remove ability, which is being a board wipe. And if I manage to put 5 mana into the remove back into a few my own freaking decay, making it so they can only attack me once and then they'll have to get sacrificed, I think that's just huge. Like it slots into any, maybe like full card decks that play Unholy Annex or definitely mono like units. I think this thing is definitely going to be very annoying to play against. And, the curve turn to Rockers Rakshasa and you turn to Unholy Annex is, yeah, going to hugely impact the format for sure. Next, we're going to look at Fire. Fraction, enthusiastic, overlord from Dustborn. This is Canadian Master Genius, 2-mana legendary creature, removal, 2 with story. So whenever you cast your second spell each turn, copy it and exile this one you cast before time counters on it, and it doesn't have to spend HP to spend. So the way that Canadian works is basically the overlord, if you copy a spell that isn't cast, in any part that makes it a creature won't work. So Canadian is basically a way for you to get an overlord in play that is not even going to be like impending. So you're going to usually get a creature out of it. And this is just going to be something that is going to be used like crazy. Another way to use overlord, terrorize standard, and yeah, it's going to be very easy to see if something is just going to be slotted into, either main decks or if it's going to have its own deck created around it. But William with the overlords is going to be absolutely busted, and I am worried. So next we have a Winter Night Story. This is a 3-mana sorcery. Draw 2 cards to discard 2 cards to discard 2 cards. It's a Sunrise Sorcery for 5 mana. Sunrise Sorcery for 4 less cost. Make that creature you reduce the cost of X for X card and exile the spell. This is going to be insane in Jeskai optionals. Capture decks care about drawing cards and discarding cards, not only your goal graveyard, but the lyrical for purely snow, also have yourself your optionals in graveyard or both your graveyard.
hates this one.
Do it yourself? Laser pistol?
Today I'm David Oda. While reading a written work by a fellow wizard, I came across a wonderful idea. Build your own yin and yang laser pistol, and while this book does have some instructions for making one, I won't be following these instructions. Instead, I'll be using my little Santa Claus machine here. And the laser I'll be using is this small yin and yang laser tube made by Real. Oh, those reflections are really trippy.
Do not play this game unless you like diving off of cliffs, surfing with your friends, swimming through coral reefs, or doing camp.
Today I'm David Oda.
That is not good, no. What? Shoot,
Hard drive had a retaining ring and really liked how it looked. So I went ahead and made these 3 brackets to hold that line to the front. That looks quite nice. The other thing I did was I stressed this glass tube here to hold the anode wire that goes up to the laser tube here. And
I'm gonna fire it. Look. Oh. The force works? Bullshit.
yeah, it's not exactly the fastest weapon, I'll give you that.
Huh. What is coming? The next generation of hackers.
What's going on, you guys? It's D Talking Sasquatch, and it's great to have you back. Now, if there's one thing you're gonna know is if you put something on the internet, people are gonna find it. And if you post Flipper Zero content on the internet, I'm gonna find it. And you guys all know if I find it, I'm gonna post about it because, you know, you guys deserve to know this stuff too. Recently, on Telegram, Pavel, the founder of Flipper Devices, posted a video on something that I thought was a dead project. But it turns out the Flipper 1 lives. Not only does it live, but there's a ton of information that he's got on it, and it shows that they spent a lot of time researching and developing this device. So today I'm going to share all the information that I've learned about it, and I'm going to introduce you to something that pretty much no one else has heard of. Like, did you know there's going to be an official Flipper Zero video game? It's going to be like a cyberpunk dystopian future kind of thing where you use a Flipper Zero to do puzzles and all sorts of cool stuff. We have so much cool content.
Next gen demo.
Listen, the creators of Candy
No, I don't
Crush
care.
just released
Shut up.
a brand new game, Candy Crush Solitaire.
Amotech is evolving at a pace that leaves traditional brass casings and lead bullets in the dust.
Why?
Polymer-cased rounds,
Polymer.
multi-purpose rounds,
Polymer.
faceless ammo, you name it. The future of firepower is looking lighter, faster, and more lethal than ever. But are these cutting-edge innovations truly an upgrade, or just a pipe dream that might never happen? In this video, we'll talk about some of the most mind-blowing futuristic ammo designs. See what's in store for our kids and grandkids. If you're a fan of guns and sci-fi movies, or you subscribe to the idea that truth can be stranger than fiction, stick around. This will be a wild ride. True Velocity's polymer-cased cartridge is shaking up the ammo world by replacing old-school brass with high-strength polymer. This change can lighten the load by roughly 30%, which means you could carry more rounds without feeling like you're lugging around a bag of bricks. That's a big deal if you're out on long hunting trips or even just hauling gear to the range. One reason their ammo is so consistent is the way each case is molded. you're less likely to run into issues like uneven dimensions, and that precision can keep your groups tight. Another perk is the polymer's heat insulating properties. Because it doesn't conduct heat as much as brass, the chamber of your rifle stays cooler, which can help parts last longer when you're ripping through boxes of ammo. Be aware that you can't really reload these polymer cases. If you rely on hand loading to save a few bucks or fine-tune your loads, that might be a deal breaker. Their price tag is also high right now, around $70 for a box of 308, and that can scare away shooters who just want to plink on the weekend without emptying their wallets. Accuracy reports are mostly good, but there have been a few cases of neck separation. It's still new tech, so you might see some hiccups in real-world conditions. Still, if you want lighter ammo and you're okay with not reloading, it's worth keeping an eye on this polymer-cased approach. Simex grabbed my attention by rolling out ammo with a super light, lead-free projectile that's designed to go faster and kick less than standard rounds. If you're recoil shy or just want faster follow-up shots, you'll probably appreciate their concept. Their 9mm Defense Corps product, for example, is a 45-grain slug zipping along at around 2,250 feet per second from a typical 4-inch barrel. The way it dumps energy into the target is interesting. Because these slugs fly at such high velocities, they fragment in a way that reduces the risk of over-penetration, something that's always on your mind in tight quarters. Shooters often report that the recoil feels noticeably lighter, which can run anywhere from a 50% to 66% reduction, though some folks say it's not quite as dramatic. Still, that softer push can really help if you're in a self-defense situation where quick follow-ups matter. You'll also like that it's lead-free. Rangers concerned about toxicity or ventilation issues might lean toward these rounds because they're easier on your lungs and the environment. One thing to note, that higher velocity and lighter projectiles can produce a louder report, which might surprise you if you're not prepared. Before you fully commit, it's smart to test this ammo in your own firearm because individual guns can behave differently with newer, lighter projectiles. If it fits your style, Simex is definitely worth a test run. If you've ever looked at shotgun slugs and thought, can these fly faster? Then Slapshot USA's PhD 250 might make your day. These 12-gauge slugs can achieve around 3,000 feet per second, which blows right past the usual 1,500 to 1,800 FPS range most of us expect. They get there by using a polymer-based projectile that's way lighter than a traditional slug. You end up with a slug that's about 105 grains instead of your typical 1-ounce lead chunk. This design focuses on home defense. Because of its high velocity and light weight, the slug fragments pretty aggressively on impact, which reduces the chance it'll punch through walls and keep going where you don't want it to. Having safer performance inside your house can be a relief if you're worried about neighbors or family on the other side of the wall. It shines the most when you run it through a fully rifled barrel. Tests show stable flight, consistent accuracy, and some noticeable flashes on impact, which look dramatic in slow-mo footage. Fragmentation is exactly what you'd expect from a round built for minimal over-penetration. Keep in mind though, it's probably not your best choice if you're hunting larger game or need deeper penetration for law enforcement work. Smoothbore barrels or rifled chokes might not give you the same sweet spot of accuracy either. If your setup is right and you're specifically looking for a home defense solution, the PhD 250 can be a powerful upgrade. Inceptor's ARX line is all about a polymer copper blend that aims to give you fast, accurate shots with less recoil. The eye catcher is the fluted nose, which is designed.
I'm ready for my first assignment.
Good. We have a little freed up for that.
I'm sorry, what?
A devoted, intelligent, loving father. What did you think I meant?
Oh, after the Mafia destroyed her entire family, Davina vows to protect future kids from the same cruel fate. But in order to face off against France's most dangerous criminal syndicates, she'll have to become an elite nanny. But she's not just an average babysitter, no. Elite nannies are trained in survival, security, and hand-to-hand combat, and Davina will do whatever it takes.
Designed to funnel soft tissue outward when it hits. That might sound a little off-putting, but the goal is to create a significant wound cavity without relying on a hollow point to expand. It dumps its energy effectively while trying to keep over-penetration in check. These rounds are pretty lightweight. In 9mm, for instance, you're looking at a 65-grain bullet flying around 1,650 feet per second. That speed, combined with less felt recoil, can really help if you're practicing defensive drills. There's also the environmental side. No lead here, so indoor range is appreciated, and it's one less toxin to worry about. Not everybody is sold though. Some folks have voiced concerns that a non-expanding bullet might pass right through a target more easily, even though the flutes are there to mitigate that. There are also stories that it can break up when it hits certain barriers. That might lower effectiveness if you're planning for more complicated scenarios. The best way to figure out how it'll behave is to run some through your personal firearm and see how it performs in ballistic tests or in training scenarios similar to what you expect in real life. If it meshes with your needs, it can be a solid pick for home defense or everyday carry. If you're the type who follows military ammo trends, you've probably heard of the M855A, one enhanced performance round. It replaced the older M855 and ditched lead in favor of a copper core with a hardened steel tip, which helps reduce environmental hazards on training ranges. The Army wanted something that could punch through tougher barriers, stay consistent at various ranges, and cut down on muzzle flash. In testing, the M855A1 has grouped well out to longer distances, with the Army claiming most shots land in an 8x8 box at 600 yards. The catch is that it runs at a higher chamber pressure, which can wear out rifle parts faster. Barrels and bolts can take a beating if you're shooting a ton of this stuff. The Army points to new primer designs as a fix, but you'll still want to keep an eye on wear and tear if you're using it frequently. Some civilian shooters do pick it up, but it may not be the best choice for something like home defense. You might get way more penetration than you need, and that could endanger anyone on the other side of your walls. People also worry about the stress it puts on commercial AR platforms. If you're just plinking or training, it's probably not worth the extra cost and wear. On the other hand, if you're after barrier penetration, or you just want to see what the Army uses, it has a proven track record in tough conditions. When you think of tank ammo, you might picture different shells for different jobs. The M1147 AMP aims to roll all those functions into one 120mm round for the M1 Abrams. Instead of juggling multiple types of specialized ammo, crews can now lean on a single munition that adapts to the situation at hand. The M1147 merges the capabilities of things like heat, canister shot, and obstacle-reducing rounds. It uses a programmable fuse that you can set to explode on impact after a slight delay or in an airburst mode. That means it can tackle anything from breaking down walls to scattering enemy infantry or knocking out lightly armored threats. Crews just punch in the setting through an ammunition data link, which syncs the round's electronics with the tank's fire control system. It's all about speed and flexibility. Testing shows it can take out anti-tank teams at fairly long ranges, blow through concrete walls, or shred groups of foot soldiers when it bursts overhead. This versatility boosts the tank's readiness, since you're not swapping round types in the heat of battle. The Army recently approved it for full production, and it's another sign that militaries want to streamline logistics while still packing serious firepower. Even though it's primarily tank ammo, the concept of multifunctional, programmable munitions could spread to smaller calibers down the road, which might change how we think about future engagements. When you hear smart munitions, think of artillery shells or missiles that can adjust their path mid-flight thanks to AI and sensor tech. The idea is to strike precise targets without relying on old-school ballistic guesswork. One example is the Precision Guidance Kit, or PGK, which adds GPS guidance to a standard 155mm artillery shell. With that, you're talking about hitting within about 10 meters of your aim point. Artillery folks love that kind of accuracy because it can drastically reduce civilian risk while still landing a strong punch where it needs to go. On the missile side, you've got next-level sensors that can differentiate between ships or even identify smaller targets. Then home and using radio frequency or infrared. AI helps them navigate and pick the right target in a busy environment. Another piece of this tech puzzle is the loitering munition, which is basically a small, often disposable drone that can circle above an area, feed live video back to it.
Who said you could ask me out? Do you even have an ability?
What?
My last boyfriend was a level 3. You think I'd slum it with a level 1 loser like you?
Only asked you for your number because we're bad partners.
Unbelievable.
I live in a world where everyone has superpowers except me.
When? Good luck. Looks like it's my turn. This is gonna suck.
I was born without any powers.
What the hell was that, Quinn?
Do you even have special abilities? No, but my parents died in the war with alien invaders. They left me an ability book, but for some reason, I haven't been able to open mine. Your parents what? My parents gave me a book.
No powers? And he was poor?
Talon was Talon! Talon is Talon! Talon is Talon! Talon is Talon!
I'll show them. One day, they'll all learn what it means to mess with Quinn Talon.
Continuous needs treaty with the Delta race is set to expire at the end of the month.
I'd say I stink of blood if I can smell anything. This is my place. It's not much, but it's home. My whole life fits inside this suitcase. I lost everything in the war.
Twins out, I have some bad news. It's about your parents.
Where are they? What happened?
You saved a lot of lives, but they wanted you to have this.
Aliens burned the world, killed my family, and all I got was a stupid book. A book that's impossible to open. Still, my parents must have left it to me for a reason. It's my one shot at answers. Okay, so far no reaction. I would like to try. Damn it. So my parents wanted to taunt me with an ability book from beyond the grave. They could have at least left instructions. What the hell is happening?
Congratulations. You have been granted the vampire system.
Hello?
Upload complete.
What happened last night? No way. I can see the whole room? How? Was it? There you are. The book. It's gone. Dang it, Quinn. Try to remember what happened. Venue.
Main venue.
What is all this? This thing? It's controlled by my thoughts? A skills tab? It's like one of those little gateway systems. This comes from the book.
Ability books can be absorbed for additional XP.
So my parents did read me an ability book. But I don't feel it. It just seems like an old gaming interface. Okay, if you're a computer, do you have any information about my parents?
Systems are often disregarded as simple computers, but with the right user, they can become quite powerful.
Cool. I'll play your game. So how do I level up?
Drink 2 liters of water.
2 liters for 5 XP. That's it? I can definitely do that. My stomach feels like it's gonna burst.
Challenge complete. 5 experience points reward.
At least I know this system works now. Hopefully, if I keep doing quests, I'll level up and get stronger.
Quinn Talon?
Hello?
We've been waiting outside 5 minutes already.
What?
Don't play dumb with me. Distract me, boy. Time for you to head to the detention.
That's right. How can I forget? The war with the Dolphins wiped out most of the population. Now, like every student age 16, I'm required to attend military school for 2 years. No one expects the peace deal with the Dolphins to last. Even why? It's so bright. What's happening to me?
You okay, son? You're not gonna try to run, are you?
Your stats are being reduced to 50% during exposure. Please seek immediate shelter from direct sunlight.
I'm weaker in sunlight now? What kind of drawback is this?
Keep it moving, recruit.
Sorry.
You are no longer in direct sunlight. Stats are returned to normal.
What a relief. That was torture.
What is shoulder running?
ETA 11 minutes. Keep it quiet.
Keyword, direct sunlight.
On the quest. It's just routine.
I want what the military always think about.
Quiet!
Whatever it's like, it's probably better than school.
Warning. A foreign substance is being detected. Activating oxygen reserves.
What?
Your resistance to the substance has increased. Approximately 30 seconds of consciousness remaining.
Go find this.
What the hell?
Private shower, baby!
You spend the next 2 years of your miserable lives here, so you better get used to it.
Place on your
I
wrist.
knew the military was sitting on some experimental tech, but I had no idea it was anything like this.
Daily rations, another privilege. Once you've been tested, it will show a number representing your corresponding power level. Power levels range from 1 to 8.
I wouldn't do that. I really. How do you tell the tighter it is? You ever see someone on the street without a hand? It's the price of a record.
Once you've been tested, it will be displayed as a number representing your corresponding power level. Power levels range from 1 to 8.
I think I could get at least a 5. What? I heard no one's ever gotten higher than a 5 on the first step. Well, that's original. You know, people who don't need ability books for their powers. One that one? Yeah, I know what it is. Okay, gotcha. I'm just making competition. So, name, ability, favorite color.
Next group, Quintal.
Hey,
Peter, Chuck?
Back off.
Gordon Blade.
Rough hands, bro. Gonna try motion?
Layla Monroe. And Aaron D.
Finally.
5 will be today's final group. Good luck.
Sick. Ready? Then Gordon.
Welcome to the PSR YouTube channel. Hey, I love YouTube. Welcome to the PSR YouTube channel. Hey, I love YouTube. YouTube's awesome. It's awesome. You should become a YouTube creator. This video will get monetized. Yes.
We're having lots of family fun now. Everything's a real guns now. Also, the Patreon, the link is in description. Got some merch too, you know you wanna get some.
Thank you for being patient. I think we've scrubbed the algorithm enough for today. The video starts in 3, 2, 1.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to another episode of PSR. Today we have something very special because we've got a bunch of blickies. And you know what this means? We're going to do some blicky Olympic testing. Scientific research, of course. This is all for science. We've got a blicky with an actual switchy, which you know what that means. We've got a blicky with a factory switchy. So Glock 18C, this is a Glock 17, and it may or may not be a totally additively manufactured frame. Then we've got the special Glock 17 semi-auto, a little special one with the fish gills. It's a Gen 3 Glock, but it's the RTF2, so it's had a little bit different stippling, but this is a totally not additively manufactured frame, so there's nothing different on the frame. These are DD17.3 frames, which are now in beta, so I know the more beta testers, the better, so check out the beta on this if you're interested in getting in on these totally not additively manufactured frames. Finally, last but not least, we have this Franklin Armory binary trigger. So this is a binary slide. Yeah, so it comes with a whole barrel slide. It's got a factory, not like the Glock 18 factory, but it's the Franklin switch. So this is normal and binary. And we're going to test it against the real switches. So honestly, I feel like this guy's the extreme underdog. This this is like you know, like a high school sprinter going up against maybe like Usain Bolt level of speed. So I'm really curious to see actually how this Franklin binary trigger does against the actual full auto machine gun Glocks. It's going to be really interesting. And we've got our slow motion camera as well as the shot timer. So what I want to do is I want to put all of these Glocks up against each other. Of course, the semi-auto, that's like my math teacher in high school going up against Usain Bolt. It's going to be a rough one for that, but we're just going to test it to see how long does it take to mag dump a standard capacity 17 round mag on each of these guys. And we get the shot timer involved, we're going to see how to, because it's a rare case. We got a switchy here, another factory switchy on the channel. And this is actually kind of an expensive piece. It's like $800 for the slide and the trigger. So kind of weird that we can get this on the channel too. It's cool that it's great. But we're going to try all these. But first, point safe down range. I got to thank the channel sponsor. Oh, hey, machine gun? I'm just kidding. I'm here and thanks. Get excited for this. But thank you, channel sponsor for PSR, that's Aves Engineering. This test today brought to you by Aves Engineering. Aves is a fine purveyor of slidey bits of the rails. The rails are totally not additively manufactured. Glizzies.
13 hours?
Something.
What are
Inside
your
here
shoes
are
to be
these
done?
rails. These rails are the DD.3 rails, so it's a new spec rail, able to take
What are
10.5
your shoes to be
new
done
kind
in
of
13
territory for
hours?
the additively manufactured Glocks. 22% off the order. Never ever in a million years using code PSR, 2% off your entire order. Also got a lot of really cool mag parts. So definitely never in a million years check them out. And use that code. All right, guys. All right, let's get to starting the Blinky Olympics. Oh yeah. All right, so we're gonna start with this guy, the RTF2 with the fish gills, standard semi-auto Glock 17. And we got this goo tape here to help us give a little bit of grip. The only gun that doesn't have the goo tape on it is the factory Glock, which sorry. So, all right, let's see how long it takes to get through a mag. It's going to be a true scientific test. So we're using the same exact mags for each gun. So this is a KCI 17 round standard capacity Glock 17 mag. So the only thing that's not factory is the barrel here with the silencer code. Barrel. See how it goes. All right, put the shot timer on. Here we go. 3.57.
Vision board.
All right, could be worse. Now, maybe hit the target twice, maybe once, twice. I'm just gonna go for speed. Okay. All right, so that was a 3.57. Now we're gonna try a Franklin Armory binary Glock switch trigger. We're gonna take it from the single mode, put it into the dual mode. So it's basically mimicking the Glock 18 the way.
For 25 new guns approved by Trump.
Some folks are saying that there's not much new under the sun in the shooting market for 2025. True, there may not be as much to holler about as in past years, but at the 2025 SHOT Show, there was still a diverse selection of new guns to see. From exotic to practical, here's just a few of the handguns, rifles, and shotguns that will be available at your local dealer in the near future. This unconventional 9mm rifle is designed to collapse into a compact package for covert, portage, or handy storage. The pivot feeds from standard Glock 19 magazines and is threaded to accept a sound suppressor.
I will attempt to win by force. What can be won?
In a world that rewards constant communication, incessant sharing, and performative transparency, we've forgotten one of the most powerful tools in human interaction: strategic silence. While everyone else is busy announcing their intentions, broadcasting their thoughts, and revealing their strategies, the truly effective operator knows when to shut up and uses that silence as a weapon. Niccolo Machiavelli, the 16th century Florentine philosopher and political theorist, understood this principle better than most. Though famous for his explicit advice in The Prince, Machiavelli's most potent insights often concern what should remain unsaid. The vulgar crowd always is taken by appearances, he wrote. recognizing that speech creates appearances while silence preserves reality. In an age of oversharing, those who master strategic silence don't just protect their position. They achieve what constant communicators cannot. They win while others are still talking about it.
But the silencers?
The cost of unnecessary speech. Machiavelli lived in an era of political intrigue where careless words could lead to exile or execution. But even in our less lethal modern context, unnecessary speech creates vulnerabilities that silence avoids. Men in general judge more by the eyes than by the hands, Machiavelli observed. For everyone can see, but few can feel. The person who speaks constantly offers everyone opportunities to see and judge, while revealing little about what can actually be felt or known. Every word you utter carries costs that silence doesn't. First, speech creates commitments. When you declare intentions, you bind yourself to them in others' eyes. Change course, and you appear inconsistent or dishonest. Remain silent about your plans, and you maintain the freedom to adapt without explanation or apology. Second, speech exposes your thinking process and limitations. The more you explain, the more you reveal about how your mind works, information others can use to predict, manipulate, or counter you. As Machiavelli noted, the first method for estimating the intelligence of a ruler is to look at the men he has around him. Similarly, the first method for estimating someone's strategic capacity is to listen to how much they unnecessarily reveal. Third, and perhaps most importantly, compulsive speech diminishes your mystique and authority. It is far safer to be feared than loved, Machiavelli famously wrote. Fear requires distance, and distance requires some degree of mystery. The leader who explains every decision, justifies every action, and shares every thought becomes ordinary, and the ordinary cannot command the same respect as the extraordinary. Consider how this plays out in modern contexts. The colleague who speaks in every meeting, weighing in on every issue regardless of expertise, gradually loses impact. The friend who shares every detail of their life on social media becomes predictable rather than interesting. The negotiator who fills uncomfortable silences with concessions gives away leverage. The leader who responds to every criticism legitimizes the critics while diminishing their own stature. Machiavelli would view our modern compulsion toward transparency and constant communication not as authenticity, but as strategic malpractice, a voluntary surrender of power that provides others information without securing equivalent value in return. The three types of strategic silence. Machiavellian silence isn't simply the absence of speech. It's a deliberate communicative strategy that takes different forms depending on the objective. Understanding these distinct types of silence reveals how this approach operates in practice. The first type is information gathering silence. The wise man does at once what the fool does finally, Machiavelli wrote. The fool speaks immediately, revealing their position while learning nothing about others. The wise person remains silent initially, allowing others to expose their thoughts, intentions, and weaknesses before deciding how to respond. This approach creates asymmetric information advantage. While others reveal their thinking, you collect valuable intelligence without reciprocating. In negotiations, this manifests as the powerful principle that whoever speaks first loses. In relationships, it explains why the person who listens more than they speak often understands the dynamics better than the constant talker. In competitions, it's why those who announce their strategies before executing them typically underperform relative to their capabilities. The second type is authority-building silence. Machiavelli understood that power depends partly on perception, and perception can be enhanced through calculated reticence. A prince must imitate the fox and the lion, for the lion cannot protect himself from traps, and the fox cannot defend himself from wolves, he wrote. Part of the fox's cunning is knowing when speech diminishes rather than enhances authority. Authority-building silence works because humans naturally fill information gaps with assumptions that often favor the silent party. When a leader speaks selectively, addressing only significant issues rather than every minor concern, their words carry greater weight. When someone responds to criticism only when truly necessary, rather than defensively answering every charge, they project confidence rather than insecurity. This explains why the most powerful figures in any domain typically speak less, but more deliberately, than those beneath them. The nervous junior executive overtalks. The CEO makes brief, decisive statements. The insecure person explains at length. The secure person states without justification. The anxious leader responds to every provocation. The confident leader selectively engages only when strategically valuable. Want to understand more about using strategic silence to your advantage? Hit subscribe now. The third type is ambiguity-preserving silence. Since it is difficult to join them together, it is safer to be feared than to be loved when one of the two must be lacking. Machiavelli advised. This famous observation extends beyond fear and love to all situations where maintaining multiple interpretations serves strategic interests. Ambiguity-preserving silence allows others to project their own hopes, fears, and interpretations onto your position. By refusing to clarify, you can simultaneously appeal to different constituencies with contradictory expectations. You maintain freedom of action by not committing to specific interpretations.
How to reflexology.
Getting that from YouTube.
With Robinhood Gold, earn 4% APY with high-yield cash. Plus, get...
Hi everyone, I'm Ian Harvey, massage therapist. This is my friend Ashley. Today I'm going to show you my version of a reflexology style massage. I want to show you some techniques and a basic routine. Now, it's been about 10 years since I've taken any reflexology classes. I was back in school at the Florida School of Massage, next to Karen Ball, and I've forgotten a lot since then. I don't know anything about meridians, I don't know anything about what pertains to which organs, etc., etc. I just remember.
Hey guys, it's Crystal from Strength and You, your fitness and therapy experts. Welcome back to my reflexology series. Today we're going to be talking about what's located on the bottom of the foot. So first we begin with this section right here. So on this part is where your lung reflex is located, your lung and chest, and then this part is where your heart reflex is located. This part is a good place to work on for anyone that has cardiovascular issues or problems with breathing such as asthma. The next part we can work on is this right here, which is your solar plexus, and then your diaphragm reflex. This is important to work on for anyone who has trouble with relaxing or deep breathing. Generally speaking, when you have anxiety, you have to take very shallow breaths, and so working on the diaphragm area will allow the patient to breathe deeper and have more calm. This part over here is your liver reflex, which is important for detoxifying the blood and also getting rid of old blood cells. This part over here is your stomach reflex, which is worked on for anything to do with digestion issues and things like that. So along the waistline, you have the kidneys. The kidneys are believed to be the seat of the body's energy, and also just above the kidneys you have your adrenal cortex, which is controlling your body's stress hormone, cortisol. So below here we have our colon, our intestines. So starting over here is the ileocecal valve, which is the body's mucus center. So we travel up the ascending colon, and then across the transverse colon, and then we go to the other foot, because as I said before, the body is dividing into two parts, and of course the colon is on both the right and the left side. So we travel across the ascending colon, up into the splenic curve, and then down the sigmoid colon, and then we end it here. So as I said, the kidneys are in this part, and then you can travel down the ureters, which connect to the bladder, which is located on the inner side of the foot. The last bit I want to talk about is the small intestine. So if this is the large intestine here, the small intestine covers anything in between here. As I mentioned before, the body is mapped anatomically onto the feet. So organs which are more on the left side of the body, such as the heart, will have a bigger reflex than on the left foot than on the right foot. Similarly, things like the gallbladder, which is located under the liver, will only be found on the right foot. At the end of the day, reflexology is used to decrease blockages from the zones in the foot to the areas like the organs. But I'm not directly affecting the organs themselves. I'm indirectly increasing energy and circulation to those areas to help those organs heal themselves and function better. If you have any questions, feel free to come see me at Strengthen You. Stay tuned for our next video where we'll talk about the lower back reflexes and the rest of the organs. I'm Crystal from Strengthen You, and remember, you're only one strategy away from crushing your fitness goals.
It works great. They can't push it over or anything. It's awesome. Man. Yeah, I was always afraid, like, they're going to push their thing down when I'm not there, and I was always freaking out.
So last night we used 10. Honestly, nothing better than when a guy breaks this up. I seriously can't stop thinking about 10 heavy Sims. Thank you for the best night of my life. PSA you guys out there, we love when you hands. If you pop some of these, I know it's coming. Hands. Discover longer, better times in the bedroom. Get started.
What is ASMR still?
ASMR?
I see it in a lot of
What does ASMR stand for in reflexology?
Getting that from YouTube.
My name's Spencer, and today I have a quick foot massage routine to get yourself at home. I can do a long list throughout the day, so it can help to repay them by giving them some attention. Applying a bit of lotion or cream to give it a nice glide can also help with the massage. Otherwise, let's jump right into it. Other side.
Yeah.
Autonomous sensory meridian response. That's what it says. A term used to describe a tingling, static, light, or response sensation in response to a specific triggering audio or visual stimuli. These sensations are said to spread across the skull or down the back of the neck, and for some down the spine or limbs. Referring to a tingling, relaxing sensation that people experience in response to certain sounds or ritual. Yeah, like when you see a ghost, like that is something. Or like you get some good massage, and also like, yeah, and all ASMR. If I see a scary something, I get goosebumps. ASMR. What? Oh, right. Triggers. Common triggers for ASMR include sounds like whispering, crinkling, gentle voices, nails on a chalkboard.
Content creator can feel like you've always got to be on, always live. It's overwhelming. So stream smarter. Upload your video to Restream, and we'll stream it live whenever and wherever you want. Maximize your audience and growth while Restream frees you up to do whatever. Morning, afternoon, or late at night, your stream goes live exactly when you've planned. Even while you're offline. It's not about streaming all the time, it's about streaming smarter. Upload and stream from Restream.
Let's Monopoly go! Chris! Kiki!
Life hacks.
Do you like foot massages? If you do, you're at the right place because in this video, I'm going to show you.
Forgot to put your drink in the fridge? Wrap a wet paper towel around it and put it in the freezer. In just 15 minutes, your drink will be ice cold. You can paint the end of your keys with different colored nail polish so you can easily identify which key is which. To stop your wrapping paper from unrolling, you can cut open an old toilet paper roll and use it as a cup. In order to pour the perfect amount of oil or salad dressing, poke holes in the foil seal rather than removing it completely. This prevents a big amount rushing out quickly. To prevent band-aids from slipping off your finger, cut a line on either side. The band-aid, not the finger. This will create 4 smaller sticky strips rather than one large one, and it will be much easier to secure. When your candle is burned down and the wick is difficult to reach with a lighter, you can use a stick of spaghetti. Just light the end, and you'll have a longer stick that burns just as well, so you can get to those hard-to-reach places. Secure a rubber band over the top of your paint can
so that you can wipe excess paint onto it. This stops paint running down the sides of your can and keeps things neat and tidy. If you're struggling to get your taco shelf to stay in place, use a muffin tray. Flip the tray upside down, spray it with oil, and place your tortillas in the gap. Cook them for around 10 minutes at 700 degrees for the perfect crispy taco shell. You can use a water bottle to separate egg yolks. Hold the bottle over the yolk and squeeze it to suck the yolk up. Drop it into a separate bowl and you're good to go. Looking for a lost earring or pin on the floor? Place a stocking over the end of your vacuum and move it over the floor. The small object will get picked up without getting vacuumed. Next time you're struggling to clean your ceiling fan, use a pillowcase. Slide the pillowcase over each blade to wipe off the dust. This way, excess dust is caught inside the pillowcase and won't rain down on you. Poke a straw through your cherries to remove the stems. It's much quicker, and this way you don't waste as much fruit. If you're struggling to put a bracelet on your own hand, try using a paper clip. Open up the paper clip and slip it through the loops on the end of your bracelet. Hold the clip in the middle of your hand with your fingers, then flip the bracelet around your wrist. You should then be able to easily clasp it shut. To properly clean your blender, fill it with soap and hot water. Switch it on for around 10 seconds and let the swirling water do the hard work. Then just rinse it off and it's clean. Put down a strip of masking tape before nailing into plaster walls. The tape should stop the plaster from flaking or spreading dust all over the floor. When you're heating up leftovers, make a space in the middle with a spoon. The food will heat up much more evenly. Avoid the mess and frustration of peeling the orange by slicing off one end of the fruit. Then cut 4 to 6 slices and you'll find the peel will come off much easier. If you're struggling to use your butter because it's too cold, try using a cheese grater. Just grate the butter to make your life much easier. You can make a DIY garden sprinkler using an old plastic bottle. Punch some holes all over the bottle and then tape it to the end of your hose pipe. If your shoes smell bad, put a few dry tea bags into the shoe. The tea bags will absorb the smell. Potato chips are a perfect fire starter. The fat, oil, and chemicals inside make them super easy to burn. And yet, we still eat them. Can you see the irony? Try using toothpaste to remove small scratches on furniture. Rub a pea-sized amount on the scratch in a circular motion until the scratch buffs out. Then wipe it with a damp cloth and voila! Candle wax that's been spilled on furniture can be removed with ice cubes. Rather than ruining the finish by trying to scrape it off, fill a plastic bag with ice and let it sit on the wax for a few minutes. The wax will then cool and harden, making it much easier to pick off. Drill a couple of small holes in the bottom of your trash can to stop the bag getting stuck when you pull it down. The holes stop the vacuum line effect that keeps the bag pinned down. Crayon marks on the wall are a parent's nightmare, but you can use a hairdryer to get them off. Heat the marks for a few seconds to soften the wax, and then you should be able to just wipe it away. If you don't have the correct size coin to put in your shopping cart next time you go to the supermarket, you can use your key instead. If you have a key with a rounded end, you can insert that where the coin would go, and the cart should unlock. You can easily remove the sticky residue from jars using cooking oil. Soak the cotton pad in some oil, then rub it on the sticky area. Allow it to sit for a few minutes, then it should wipe away easily.
Store your cotton buds in a toothpick bottle. This type of packaging usually has a dispenser in the lid. It will allow you to pull out one cotton bud at a time, and you can be sure the remaining supply of your hygiene items is protected from dirt and water. Pretty handy, especially on the road. A toothpick container is also a great storage solution for glitter. Let's say you're going to a music festival. Put your glitter in the bottle and pour the needed amount through the small holes in the lid when you need it. And the rest of the time, the lid will protect your bag from spills. If you don't trust the design of your toothpick container, use some tape to secure the lid to the bottom part before you go. The ring holder on your phone case makes it easy to use your device with one hand. You can send texts, take selfies, and watch videos while lying on your sofa. But it turns out that ring holders can also help with cooking. Remove the ring and attach it to a standard metal jar lid. Place the lid vertically on the food you're currently slicing and hold it this way. Your fingers will be protected from accidents and the slices will be evenly sized. Tea candles usually come in small aluminum cups. When the wax burns out, you can take 2 cups and make a tiny box for storing small items, such as push pins, jewelry, paper clips, and so on. First, remove the remaining wax. Clean the cups and make 2 small triangle folds opposite each other. This will make the diameter of the bottom cup slightly smaller than that of the top one. This top cup will serve as a lid. You can also use a small piece of tape to secure it to the bottom part. When you're going on vacation, you can store mini soap, picnic spices, vitamin pills, and earplugs in such boxes. Don't forget to mark them with a permanent marker or stickers to avoid confusion on the way. A plastic toothbrush container makes a great travel box for small jewelry or memory cards. No need to spend tons of money on a fancy phone holder. Fold the temples of your sunglasses this way and put them on a flat horizontal surface. Now you can put your phone inside the emergency holder and shoot your TikToks right away. If you have an empty Tic Tac container at hand, this phone holder idea is for you. Cut the box into equal vertical parts, like this. Prepare a piece of cardboard slightly larger than your phone. Glue the Tic Tac halves to the cardboard so that your phone fits perfectly in the middle of this construction. Voila! Also, feel free to make the same holder for your tablet. But make sure that your gadget isn't too heavy for this construction. Here's another budget idea. Don't rush to throw away an empty tape roll. Use a ruler to mark 2 points on the opposite sides of the roll. Then, cut out 2 small inches that will hold your phone. Perfect balance and almost zero waste. Cut used plastic straws into small rings. Put 2 to 3 tablespoons of this stuff on a clean sheet of paper. Then place a sheet of paper on top of it and iron the whole thing. The rings will stick together into a single piece of plastic. Cut out an even circle and you can use it as a coaster for glasses and mugs. Use a meat beater to decorate your cookies. Place equal balls of dough on a baking tray. Now press them down with your favorite side of the beater. You can dip the beater in cinnamon before doing this to add flavor to your cookies. After baking, you'll get a pattern that can be covered with cream or honey.
Jimmy John's finally has chosen sandwiches. The new chicken bacon ranch. Try one today.
Robinhood Legend is a free, intuitive, professional trading platform that can help you take your investments to the next level. With Robinhood Legend, you can quickly build custom layouts and get real-time data updating in sub-second intervals. Trade on your terms with after-hours trading available 5 days a week. Click below to learn more about Robinhood Legend.
A simple plastic bottle cap can make a great emergency soap tray. Butter from the fridge is usually too hard and cold to use right away. There's a way to speed up the process. Fill a large mug with hot water and wait until the material it's made of heats up. Then pour the water out and cover the butter with the mug. The surface of the butter will melt and you'll be able to spread it on your toast with no problem. And if you need to soften the entire piece for baking, cut the butter into small pieces and hold them under the hot mug for a bit longer. You can reuse a plastic lid of wet wipes. Remove it from the package and stick it to the hard cover of a sketchbook or a notepad. Now you have a pocket to store small stationery. Or you can secure 2 plastic lids together and get a comfy travel box for pills, earplugs, and other small objects.